can hear myself. Yeah, I'm Samyukta. I work at the OAD on astrotourism, and I also serve on the board of Dark Sky International. And a lot of my work is trying to explore the intersection of astrotourism and dark sky conservation. And I gave a talk last week at the OED session about astrotourism, and this session was really inspired by a question that I got about how we can make astrotourism sustainable. Because currently, astrotourism is still a pretty small niche, and I think we have a chance to learn maybe from the mistakes of other industries and try to shape it to be sustainable from the get-go. So this is really a super informal session where I was just hoping to have us all discuss and try to explore this question of how we can use tourism at night that involves the night sky and the idea of dark sky conservation and yeah, just find ways to develop sustainably economically while also conserving dark skies. And I'm just going to put some questions on the screen, some prompts that maybe you can think about, and if you have comments or thoughts, I'd just like to open out the discussion. So just throw up your hand and I'll bring you the mic. Okay, maybe I should just read out the questions. Some things to think about are there any safeguards that that we can put in place to ensure that astrotourism grows in a sustainable way and it doesn't lead to over-tourism or degradation of ecology? And how do we balance the need to grow tourism products with the need to mitigate light pollution? Because where tourism activities concentrate, there tends to be a lot of artificial light at night. Also, can we draw inspiration from successful models, whether that's in astrotourism specifically, tourism in general, or even any other fields to think about this? And also, how do we engage and involve the community in this development? So does anyone have any thoughts? Fatimaya?
Sure, I'll add to this. Hi, Sam. Thank you for this great presentation and discussion. I guess for me, growing up in Moab, Utah, which is like one of the pinnacles of tourism in the Western United States and in the world, actually, it's like a world tourism destination. A lot of communities around Moab don't want to develop their tourism because they don't want to become Moab because it's incredibly overrun. So I guess I'd like to put Moab out as an example for both a not successful and a successful model, because they really did a good job of integrating the local community in the dark sky effort. The mayor is kind of the head of the local dark sky coalition in Moab. And so the dark sky advocacy program is really integrated into the city and into the city government itself. And then I think Moab also did a really good job of supporting lighting retrofits in the community by using the tourism grant funds to fund a grant program for locals to retrofit their lights, which I always think is like one of the coolest models of things, because we want to tell people how to do something and people don't like to be told what to do, especially if it costs money. But if there's a way that we can fund that effort, I think kind of that's a really good model that we can look to. As tourism grows, there'll be more funding coming to the community, kind of taking a portion of that funding to invest back in good lighting in the community and to invest in supporting community members and bringing buy-in. So, thank you.
That's a really good point. Does anyone have anything to add to that about how to get sort of community buy-in and also like top-down, maybe administrative buy-in? Is tourism the best way to approach, let's say, like a municipality or an area? Like talking to them about the benefits of tourism, or is it more beneficial to talk about conservation, like dark sky conservation from other perspectives? Does anyone have any thoughts about that?
I'm not an expert. You are the experts. But I wanted to reiterate a point that James made in answer to a question earlier and then add a couple of my own thoughts. Early in the conference, there was the question of, sustainability with astrotourism. If people have to drive, fly a long way, that's a big carbon footprint. So how do we offset that? And James, I thought, had a good response, which is the fact that we have to go so far shows the need for more conservation near populated areas, like by retrofitting the lights or doing things. We have to go farther and farther now to achieve true darkness. I have only been to a few dark skies park, but I've always loved when they involved local communities. A lot of national parks in the US now invite local Native American elders and storytellers to be a part of the programming, which amplifies their culture and their long-standing history and connection to the land. So really showing the science of place when you understand how their sky stories reflect what they need to do on the ground to sustainably live. So also involving local artists to come in and create around the dark skies. I've loved seeing that as well, which also amplifies the local languages. And very last, I thought, well, I'd suggested this to Samyukta yesterday. I find a lot of local dark sky officers and leadership run into the same issues around the world, local leadership in municipalities with lighting or partnering with the local towns. And I think it would be great if some group, maybe Dark Sky or somebody else, could apply for a grant to bring together a conference of the leadership of Dark Skies Park so they could share successes and challenges with each other. It'll be highly adaptive to country and city, but I just find when I travel, I'm hearing the same kinds of challenges, and I thought people could learn from each other, and also successes. I mean, they might hear of awesome things to do from each other. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aparna. Does anyone have anything to add to that, or any comments? Maybe one thing I could, oh, yeah, oh, sorry.
Hi there. Listen, I'm often quite controversial in my ideas and all of this, but frankly, we need astrotourism. You need people to do it, right? You need private sector people to get out and do it. I don't know what goes on in the American national parks. When I was there, astrotourism wasn't a thing. But surely we should be looking at getting people, individuals who make it happen. And I'm not quite sure whether, I know that the most successful astrotourism business in New Zealand started up way before dark sky parks or dark sky places were operational in the country. So my view is that we really need to focus on individuals, businessmen, who are going to make this happen. And I've been to some dreadful outreach that I've paid for. And the quality of the people that do that, sometimes they just don't know the first thing. They've got a telescope and they don't know what's going on. So that's a big part of astrotourism. I think beyond just dark skies and beyond the community, it's actually finding individuals who can make it happen.
Yeah, just to build on what Gareth said, the people side is critical because they are the ones who execute the astrotourism activities. And I think you and I have talked about the lack of skills, right? To get astrotourism underway is a piece of cake, except for the knowledge of the dark sky tourism or whatever. And those people need to buy in because it's not the mayor or the light pollution or the dark sky people who are doing it. It's the man, that's basically the point Gareth is making. And we found this problem in New Zealand. The quality was declining because it was seen as easily accessible. So we had to do something about building up the quality. So don't forget the people.
I'm just going to quickly slide in a point before I give it to Joy to comment. yeah, the bottom-up approach is definitely crucial, but one of the things that it makes me think of is that if you leave people to create these tourism products unchecked, you know, for astrotourism specifically, it's a very science-focused niche and you need a lot of skills. But as soon as you start building really simple products around the night sky, you know, like a dinner or a hike or very low barrier to entry things, at some point, I guess you have to regulate the amount of activity that's happening, or think about if that goes unchecked, what consequences it could lead to, and that's the idea.
I don't think we need to be talking about regulation of the private sector in this area. That'll be disastrous.
Yeah, but I have come across situations where they do dark sky tourism that impacts nocturnal birds or like kiwi bird. So in their excitement about showing people kiwi bird, they're actually disturbing the lives of those birds. So that is something that needs to be managed, not necessarily policed, but managed.
Yeah, I think it's a lot less rigid than, you know, going in and enforcing strict rules, but just to think about how to educate people about the best way to do this. Joyful?
I don't have a comment, but there is one in Zoom, so I'm just going to read it out. So Genevieve says that the European Road Office hosted a similar conference a few years ago, and she believes that it was streamed on YouTube, so maybe it'll be something to look at. So, E-Road.
Thank you, Genevieve. Raskin had a comment.
Thank you, Sam, for pulling this together. So, I mean, a couple comments here. From talking with one of the dark sky places managers here in South Africa, she commented, no one actually comes because of the dark skies, but the dark skies is one of a suite of values that people are drawn to. And I would argue even in Moab, people come to Moab because of the river and the rocks and the parks and the dark skies additive. So I think we're kidding ourselves if we think that most people are coming because of the dark skies. It clearly adds to the experience. I also think there's a long experience in other sectors looking at this in the tourism industry. The classic one about places getting loved to death, and how do you manage that? Do you try and cluster people into honeypots? Do you try and distribute them out them? So I think the opportunities to sort of really bridge into the tourism industry and the sustainable tourism industry and the green tourism industry and learn from them and get out ahead of this, because we are seeing in a number of dark sky places around the world where the growing interest in this and the growing interest in going to more remote places because of we can work from anywhere now means that, like, you know, places like Big Bend Dark Sky Reserve is seeing an influx of people with second homes. So how do we get out ahead of that? How do we put the protections in place up front so that we can then be a model for the rest of the tourism sector as well?
Yeah, I think that was another kind of train of thought that I was on, that maybe we shouldn't consider nighttime tourism as so distinct from daytime tourism, but as an add-on. Because I think definitely at this early stage, a lot of people don't go to places specifically for the night sky, but it just adds a little bit of something extra and interesting to do. Does anyone, like, are there any other comments, or can I pull on a different thread? Okay. If we consider night sky tourism as just tourism, are there any specific considerations for protection outside of light pollution that we should think about, that like are maybe unique to nighttime tourism? Because, you know, the same as daytime tourism, you have the problems that come with too many people in a place, you know, ecological destruction, disruption of wildlife, like Nalayani mentioned. Are there any other things that come to mind that are unique to the nighttime tourism context?
Sorry, I'm no expert regarding this, so the question is for you. Nighttime tourism safety, that could be a concern from an outsider. What your opinion?
Yeah, that's a good point. Sorry, I haven't slept much. Sorry.
Can I say that safety is a big point? That's a really good point you brought up there. We've had a site in New Zealand that has not been able to progress because there were some giant big holes and the Department of Conservation were afraid of people falling into them. So that's one thing. But you can address it. We have a friend who's in Gisborne, one of New Zealand's leading astronomers, who has a big setup there. And safety is a big thing there. So one of his little gimmicks, if you like, but it's actually a safety thing as well, is that he gives everybody a red torch. So not only is he telling them about, red light and about the impact of light, but it's also a safety thing. But it is really very important, I think, the safety aspect.
Yeah, and specifically in Kenya, but I'm sure in many places where humans and wildlife coexist, they actually use light as a safety tool. In Kenya, they use lights to deter lions from places where livestock are, where they sleep at night, because lions tend to hunt livestock because they're easy prey. But obviously that light is polluting, so it's, light and safety, I guess there's also a link there. How do you engage local communities without telling them what to do, without being too prescriptive? Is it just the benefits that tourism will bring? Is that enough to encourage them to protect dark skies, or it's not enough?
Sorry, I don't want to speak all the time. But I am engaged with lots of communities in Australia and New Zealand regarding dark skies. And I can tell you that when I want them to support dark skies, astrotourism is way down the list because most of them don't really see a benefit to themselves. There'll be one, maybe two people who have a benefit from getting, this is from a dark sky perspective, by the way, which may be slightly different. But if you tell people, hey, this is a great thing to do, because we're going to bring astrotourism to where you are, they don't like that generally. So that's really worth bearing in mind. You can bring the community on in lots of ways, but astrotourism is, you say economic benefits, but keep it right down there, because most people are living there, not working there.
I'll just add quickly to that. As someone who is a tourist who travels for the night sky, but being from a red state to a conservative state, I was pretty surprised being from Utah. The thing that I saw local senators in Utah arguing about who had a darker sky, because it was it meant that they had this pioneer heritage. And it was cool because I tend to think of light pollution and as this environmental thing and kind of a green effort, but I guess there's a lot of unique ways that people can relate to it that are not necessarily tied to tourism, that can be tied to a lot of different backgrounds, and I think that's really unique and beautiful about this subject. And I also think just in terms of safety, I get frustrated as a person who's coming to see the night sky that so many of the places that people go to visit during the day as daytime tourists are closed at night. And it's just frustrating because I feel like we have this sense that nighttime is just way more dangerous than daytime, but I don't know that that's actually true. And it reinforces this idea as well when these places are closed at night. It reinforces the idea that nighttime is bad and dangerous and scary. And so I think astrotourism can be used as a way to kind of also help combat that feeling of insecurity and unsafety at night.
So I'm basically Genevieve's voice at the moment. So Genevieve made a statement, then asked a question. So the first one says that a significant proportion of women globally can't participate in astronomy activities due to safety concerns. Do you find where there's women-led initiatives in astrotourism that safety concerns from women are then reduced? That's the first question. Should I read the second one as well? Okay, and then the second question says, if uptake is low, how much incentive is needed from a policy perspective to stimulate dark skies and astrotourism, for example, grants and or low interest loans and business support?
Does anyone have any comments to make about that? Nalaini?
One of the most successful astrotourism operations that I know of in New Zealand is run by 2 women. They do everything, take their tours out, etc. So it's actually safety in numbers. So if you have a group, you don't feel quite unsafe and you know where you're going, etc. So and fear of night is mostly a perception than the reality. So you've got to just manage the sense of safety, and it's the numbers, I think, is the way to go. So that's the women question. What was the other question?
If uptake is low, how much incentive is needed from a policy perspective to stimulate dark skies and astrotourism?
This is a personal perspective. Whichever way you cut it, dark skies is a conservation initiative. It's all about conservation. Astrotourism happens to be a byproduct because when you're conserving it, it's dark. So this is a very good workshop where you're trying to see how do you manage that byproduct which doesn't damage. But people buy into dark skies for conservation, and that is the real selling point. So people who are undertaking astrotourism and people who are participating also buy into that whole conservation, this has been protected, that kind of thing. So this, while it's a commercial activity, what underpins it all is a conservation thing. So we need to build on that. We need to build on that foundation as it expands.
Yeah, I think I fully agree with that comment, that I think to frame it as, to really emphasize the ecotourism aspect of dark sky conservation, I'll let Joy comment before I take this somewhere else.
No, actually, I just wanted to ask, so do we then focus on dark sky preservation and then from that we'll have astrotourism? Can we use astrotourism to promote for dark sky preservation?
What time? Tomorrow afternoon, my entire talk is built around that. And Samyukta and Mike and Connie and Ruskin, they've all contributed to it. It's a 6-month work of Dark Sky International, so it goes into all those details. In the afternoon around 3 o'clock, 3 something.
Okay, that's right.
I don't know. I also have the opposite perspective of that because I feel like being from places in small towns, in rural communities, people are visiting there to see the dark sky and appreciate the astrotourism, and then the community is like, oh, hey, we're like benefiting from this. Maybe we should like do something to make it like stick around and not lose it. So I feel like it kind of works both ways in that like sometimes astrotourism I think just happens organically in these rural areas. And then people see and start understanding why these people are coming, and from there decide to protect it because they're already seeing the benefit of this economic development in their community.
It's a good point. I guess there's you can enter from either side, but you somehow end up in this intersection.
Sorry, Betty Maya. In terms of what you say, I believe that communities are predominantly people living there, not working there. So when you tell people that a lot of tourists are going to come, the people living there don't really like that. And you can see that in the reaction around Europe in particular, where there's an anti-tourism movement because so many people are coming in. People, for example, in the Swiss Alps can't get to their homes because the traffic jams of people going there are too much. So I think we need to remember that there will be a small number in any community who think there may be an advantage, a shopkeeper, a bed and breakfast person, somebody who does an outreach business. But the vast majority of people don't really want guys turning up there all day, round at night. I don't think they want that. We need to be very careful about that.
Any other comments? Yeah, that raises a, oh, Nalini.
I think astrotourism is being bandied around a lot. I just picked up a magazine yesterday, the Brick News or whatever. At the back, there was astrotourism in Russia, astrotourism in Brazil, astrotourism in China, and there are like 5 places. So it has become quite a loose sort of topic. It's sort of trending, it's fashionable, it's faddy at the moment. So this is the time to do what we are doing. We need to put the locks in early before it just goes uncontrolled.
I was also picking up magazines. So the Travel Africa magazine for this month has the cover story of Making You the Star of the Show, which is all about the night sky, with some pretty bad lights and someone shining a laser up in the sky. But, you know, it shows it's trending and there's huge opportunities here. I mean, I think the other part, the opportunity here around the sustainable development piece, and something I always like to say is, this is the reason to protect the skies and create opportunities closer to home, so you don't have to travel halfway across the world to see the night. You might choose to travel halfway across the world to see something else, but if you want to go and experience the cosmos, you should be able to do that closer to home, and I think that needs to be the next push in this area as well.
And I think that naturally leads to it being more sustainable with a lower carbon footprint. Yeah.
I think it's time to put our dark sky propaganda out. Basically, tomorrow afternoon's talk, Dark Sky will be revealing its responsible principles of astrotourism. So Dark Sky want to play a very responsible role in this, and we all collectively developed it. So if anyone is interested, it's actually quite advanced, and we'll be putting it out tomorrow afternoon.
Please come tomorrow. Well, the whole day will be dark sky sessions, so if you can attend, please do. I think, in my work, I get a bit of tunnel vision, thinking that astrotourism and dark sky conservation have this perfect overlap. But obviously, there are aspects of astrotourism that aren't dark sky friendly, and a lot of aspects of dark sky conservation that don't necessarily involve astrotourism. Maybe to take a slight bit of a tangent, instead of focusing on tourism, do you think there's any benefit in focusing on the benefits, other economic benefits that people have from being dark sky compliant, like energy savings or better safety through, better designed lighting? Is that a stronger avenue in to get communities involved?
I mean, we talk about this a lot in Dark Sky, but the idea of like community-friendly or neighbor-friendly lighting is something that really helps bring people into the cause when you don't even frame it as like dark sky or even use the word dark. But people are the amount of calls we get from people being upset about their neighbor's light into their window is probably like the most calls I ever get. And so, yeah, I think framing the effort to change the lighting as neighbor-friendly, community-friendly, increased visibility is a way to bring people in without alienating them or using words that create fear, like the word dark. So I think that's a big pull. I've heard I think mixed things about actual energy reduction and energy savings through lighting, right? Do we have real data about lighting changes and energy savings, I guess.
Yeah, there's a guy sat behind us who did the whole studies of what happened in Tucson. Certainly at a global scale, there's probably a bounce back effect where the use of efficient lighting technologies and it's so cheap, you just use more and more and more of it. So if you actually follow the principles of responsible lighting and use it carefully with thought and care, you will definitely save money and you'll save energy, as the study that John led in Tucson demonstrated. But it comes back to the perception and the reality. And I think the other part of this is linking this through to nature-based conservation and nature-based tourism. The national parks coined the phrase, half the park is after dark. Most of the conservation community doesn't think about what happens when the sun goes down, and yet all the animals that you're seeing during the day have a life at night that's impacted by light pollution. So if we care about that, we have to think of a much more holistic, integrated approach. And I think maybe kind of integrating all of this, every community is, it goes without saying, every community is different, and every community has different reasons that will motivate them. And I think the opportunity is to go in and have those conversations with the community and really deeply listen and understand what their points of connection are. Some will be tourism, some might just be the mayor just wants to save money so they can get re-elected, and others, might be they love their elephant, or whatever it is. Find those points of connections, and it can generally be connected back to, oh, have you thought about the way that you're lighting your environment at night? In a way that actually enhances safety and visibility, reduces energy, and reduces light pollution. So.
I think that one of the big things about a dark sky place as is the possibility of the loss of that dark sky. And that's something that I play on a lot. Obviously, if a place is going to be, an urban night sky place or a dark sky community, often they're not dark. But if astrotourism would generally happen in a place that is dark. So if you want to win the community over there, the way to win it over, I think, is to tell them you're going to lose this. And I always tell people the story that I'm a member of, in my hometown, it's called Merthyr Memories. And we used to have this town with the incredible architecture, build amazing buildings, there was a lot of money there. Then it became run down, and all these buildings collapsed and were knocked down. And on this site, all the baby boomers like myself are always writing in saying, oh my God, how did we come to lose that? They were so beautiful. How did my parents stuff this up? How did the council stuff this up? And I always tell this as a lesson to people, that look at this night sky now, your children or your grandchildren, they're not going to see it. And they're going to be saying, how did my parents, how did my grandparents, how did my council do this? How did we come to lose this? And that's a message that's really worth getting across.
I guess I feel like something that we haven't talked about yet is there's a lot of immeasurables around astrotourism that I think are really important. And the first one to me is that everyone should have the opportunity to look up and be a part of and experience a naturally beautiful dark sky. And I don't think you can quantify what that does to a person, but I think it makes people better people. Even just thinking about it for me, I'm happier, thinking about my moments that I've spent looking up at the night sky. And I think that's a really big piece of astrotourism, is it gives people who maybe don't have these opportunities where they live, this opportunity to experience this sense of awe and beauty and wonder that really only the night sky can provide. And I think another thing that we haven't really talked about is just another reason that one of my favorite things about astrotourism experiences is learning about local cultures, star lores, and stories in the stars, and what the indigenous people see in the night sky. I loved that in the cultural night last night, was kind of hearing about different cultures' view of the night sky, and I think that is also so important. And yeah, I don't want astrotourism to be seen as just this other form of tourism that's bringing more people. And as somebody who's from a town that's completely overrun with tourists, like I understand the sentiment, but I think that there's more than getting your Instagram photo and then moving on. Like astrotourism requires you to stay in the community overnight. It kind of requires this more nuanced sense of like understanding of sense of place and time and wonder. And I think that should really be promoted, and the benefit of creating people, connecting with people across time and culture is one of the true beauties of astrotourism.
That's a really good point. I fully agree that everyone should have access to that. Just to draw on, I guess, my own experiences with wildlife tourism in Kenya, you have, from a nature-based context, you know, these night safaris developing where people go out at night with these full-beam LED headlights to look for lions at night, where you're still trying to experience nocturnal ecosystems, you're still trying to engage with what it's like at night, but in the process, you're disrupting it. And also, this is not so much at night, but just in general, from a cultural tourism perspective, a lot of people come to Kenya to see the Maasai, to experience what it's like in the bomas, you know, to live with them for a night or to go into their houses. And you find that the culture is kind of getting exaggerated as a result. It's becoming very performative in a sense. You know, the stories get exaggerated or the more gory parts get emphasized. And is there anything we could think about or put into place that would prevent that happening with astrotourism? With these aspects of astrotourism, you know, is there a way to engage, let's say, with nocturnal ecosystems in a way that doesn't disturb them, or should we just respect them and leave them alone? Is it possible to come to like a common ground between tourism and conservation in these contexts? I guess is a question that's been bugging me.
I mean, you showed me kind of the astrotourism statement that you guys came up with as Dark Sky, and I think the really important piece, like I can't remember what number it was, but that it was like any kind of sustainable astrotourism needs to engage with the local and or indigenous community of the area. And so I think it's just human nature to exaggerate. I don't know that like we can really stop that. But I think as long as like the people whose stories they are involved in the telling of the stories, and that it's really like authentic, and the partnerships are real and support and elevate all parties involved. That. Yeah, I think it can be done well. And also in Moab, there's a Canyonlands by Night tour, and they go on the river in this giant jet boat at night, and they shine bright, bright lights up on the canyon walls. And there's like nesting peregrine falcons and stuff. And I think that just kind of comes down to education. But also, I do think that like a lot of these animals, especially like in a lot of areas where this happens a lot, like animals are adapting to this. I don't think it's necessarily like ending a lot of these, like, you know, it's just something that's not great, but I don't think it's like gonna kill all of the peregrine falcons, even though I don't like it. I don't like that they do it, but it's an easier entry point for people into the night, because people are scared of the dark, and having light in the dark is comforting. So I think that there's a way to do that. I think full moon hikes are just kind of easing people in to nighttime activities that aren't like pitch black, is a great way to do that. Yes.
Astrotourism is a lot harder than daytime tourism. So anyone who gets into it is working harder, working unfriendly hours, because there is a fundamental love for it. They want to do it. They want to share it. And you see that all the time. And the astrotourism operations I see hands-on, they always talk about dark skies. There's a lot of pride in, you know, they say this is dark skies, it's being lost elsewhere, but we have got it, we must protect. So then they want to walk the talk. There's no point telling their customers about it without walking the talk. So they will use red light. They will say, don't do this, don't do that, or we do this, or let's not disturb the animals. You know, it's that. So I think we need to have confidence in people acting responsibly as well, provided we get the message out to them. You could inadvertently, there was an island in South Island of New Zealand that's become a dark sky place, and there's a tourism operator who does kiwi bird hunting at night, and they thought, okay, we can put the night sky on top of it. So then you need to tell them it's all fine, but you don't really want to upset the birds or bats or whatever. So it's appealing to people's sense of decency and the desire to, you know, be sustainable. Nobody wants to behave in an unsustainable way. So most of the time it's ignorance. So I think a good awareness campaign will do better than any tough regulations. Yeah.
On your question, I think we also need to accept that there are some places we're just not going to go, and there's some stories that are not going to be shared with us, and I think we have to be okay with that, and that's really tough as a tourist to understand that there are places that are just going to be off limits, because that's where the lions are going to be, or those stories they've decided not to share. And I think, I don't know much about the whole history of astronomy, but I think there's a lot to be learnt about the way that astronomy professional astronomy has engaged with these communities over time and really been extractive, and really look at how we can turn that around and really make sure that we're really investing in true deep collaboration with these communities and respecting their rights and their traditions.
Yeah, that was an interesting sort of symbiosis of points of, like, Betsy Maya saying that maybe the short-term cost of shining a light on a peregrine falcon's nest for 5 minutes to give someone the experience of, there's a whole world at night, maybe it's worth it. But also that the people who are doing this don't want to hurt ecosystems necessarily, it's just out of ignorance. And yeah, I think working collaboratively with communities is really at the forefront of this. Just trying to refine the message and I guess what is and isn't our place to go in with, and what's the most effective way to do it. I think we're slightly over time. Oh, we're well over time, sorry. I don't know if you want to continue the discussion. I'm happy to close it now, but does anyone have any closing thoughts or anything to say?
I think the closing thought is we have now started serious conversations about it. And once you start, it just builds up and it happens. So well done for getting the conversation underway, and we'll just keep to the need. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming and for participating. Yeah, happy to continue this offline. Email me, you can find me on Slack. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Maximum sound. Okay. Who created the... Shall we start? We're on time. People are online, will be online, and so on. So, okay. Hello, everybody. So this is the Unconference that we have announced yesterday, a little bit late. It's about the higher education, I would say, the academic sector in Gaza and the West Bank, and focalizing on astronomy, what has happened to, or the disappearing act of astronomy in Gaza and the West Bank following the events of the past 8 months. I have put up a poster which is still available, of course, online for the conference. I'm not going to go back to it. It is just a document which states the basic facts. I'm going to go much further and talk about the overall situation. I'm going to go, in fact, university by university, because we have all documents, photographic documents, and I'm going to go inside some inside stories, and we're going to see what we can do, at least to raise the awareness of people. We are here in the land of Madimba, who has these very strong words that people cannot be free if Palestine is not free. But we're going to focalize, of course, on the aspect, the academic aspect, and we're going to have some great documents I'm going to show you, and then we open up the discussion and see whatever small thing we can do in that respect. We are here in Cape Town while this big, this what has been called as a genocidal situation is taking place according to the International Court of Justice, so we should not be indifferent of what is taking place outside. Again, the poster here puts some basic facts. Again, it's online, so I'm not going to comment on it. I'm going to bring other documents in line. It talks about how it all started. It didn't start on the 7th of October. It has a long history, 67, but yet even 48, where the ethnic cleansing has taken place. And now, in the last stage, we have seen what I see, and I'm going to focalize on it, the war on education, what has been termed, coined as the scholasticide, destroying every aspect of the education, schools, universities, institutes, and so on and so forth. And beyond the genocide part that I'm not going to talk about, is not our subject. So that's the part that it's already documented here. And I'm going to talk in particular to what's happened to the various universities, the 6 big universities and the 15 other institutes of higher learning. And in particular, what happens to the UNESCO Astronomy Center that I was there when we did the inauguration. That was in 2012, along with the chair at that time, the Professor Baraka. It so happened that the chair of that center, which has now Dr. Sofiane, was killed along with his family 7 days after the 7th October. A targeted assassination, and we're going to see some documents about it. And in fact, more than 100 of our colleagues, professors, and have been killed. And the list, I'm going to show you the list of all our colleagues which have died in this 8 months carnage which is taking place. So without further ado, I'm going to show you a document which has been prepared. Let's go to the PDF, my friend, to the PDF things. The document, it has been written up by a well-known mathematician. It's Ivar Eklund. It's in French, but I'm going to present it in English, don't worry. He's the past president of Paris Dauphine University, and he's active in fact in this association of the academics for the respect of international law in Palestine. It's not going to be too long before going to specific things and open up the discussion among us. It has the basic facts. He allowed me to present it, but again, it's in French, but I will be presenting it in English as much as possible. So there is a turning point as far as the higher education in Palestine is when the West Bank and the Gaza Strip was occupied in 1967. The Palestinians and the academic community in particular got cut out of the outer world from this occupation. All the primary education and secondary education was under military authority, and no higher learning was allowed. And yet, of course, there is such an importance of the education in terms of constructing the Palestinian identity and putting up some programs. Academic program was considered as an act of resistance. The first universities were, before the 67 war, they were at Birzeit, Bethlehem, Najah University, the Islamic University in Gaza, and all those universities were opened during all that time, and in a string of institutes of higher learning and technical institutes were also opening at that time. This is the Birzeit, it's in West Bank. Birzeit University, just some example, Bethlehem University, and all universities were spontaneously created. It was an individual who took the initiative of creating them. They were all closed from 87 to 91 by the military authority. There were no teaching. Yet, yes, I'm going to talk after the Oslo, what's happened with the Oslo agreements. But just to give an example of what is going on in this occupied land, this is a naive, that's Ivar Ekland, the famous mathematician, was there and do the visit there. What is the kind of life when you are living under occupation? A naive visitor of Palestine. It was in 1992, he did a visit there. And what is the life under occupation? Checkpoints, curfew, arrest, security things. The first checkpoints, very mild. The second one, that's for the inhabitants. Hours just to come from where they are living in the West Bank to where they may be working in Israel. So that's a kind of life. Of course, not talking about the arrest, arbitrary arrest, and so on and so forth. Then came the Oslo agreement, which was an absolute disaster, even in the words of a scholar like Edward Said, the famous author of Columbia University, because it was giving away everything. Of course, when you negotiate with in a weak position, you can get nothing, and that's what they got. Yet, as far as the higher education, it was a boom, because universities were allowed to be opened, and in fact, quite few universities were opened in the West Bank and Gaza. Since that time, of course, we have seen the construction of the wall of shame, which has enclaved completely and confined the West Bank people from the remaining of the things. The blockade, systematic, complete blockade of Gaza since 2005, which turned Gaza into like it was said by, I forgot whom, one of my colleagues, the largest open jail in the galaxy. And since then, in fact, that is where they are living almost 20 years under the complete blockade, as you see, and now, even worse, that's the last act, the complete destruction. So, blockade against international law for 20 years, now complete destructions completely. Of course, the Oslo agreement didn't bring any development, economical development. In fact, it stemmed the economical development, no industry allowed since 1995. All the hopes of Oslo have disappeared. Just give you some facts, basic facts about what is going on as far as the institutional educations in the West Bank. So that's basically it. 16 universities, 17 colleges, 17 community colleges, 2 open universities, and strange enough, or not strange enough, it's a very happy thing. 2/3 of the students are female. It's you're going to see in the pictures later. And so it's a kind of unique situation, even in the Arab world, where most of the students, or a great part, are females, actually. There's 7,000 teachers and in various positions in the West Bank and Gaza. Okay, so let me just continue. Yes, so I'm not going to go into those details. Of course, many problems which are facing the students and the staff and the faculty members, unemployment, because there's no development. It's called développement économique, because no opportunities at all to get employed, because all the sector has been closed, I mean, for development, no industry and so on. A budget deficit, enormous budget deficit, because they are not, even the taxes are collected by the Israeli occupation, and they give away whenever they want. They keep some part to them, for them, and whenever they want to free it and give it to the Palestinian Authority, they do it. Like the past 6-7 years, they have not given any single shekel or whatever to those, because they think that that's in the West Bank. I'm talking about Gaza. So that's make them impossible to manage in any way. I mean, a university, if you don't have access to the budget and the students are already poor, and so on and so forth. The teaching also is very, I mean, challenging, because often the universities are closed for weeks, for months, and so they have to make up afterwards. So it is, programming the teaching is absolutely horrible for them. And as I say, so many closing for security reasons whatsoever make them very difficult. The education, especially the higher education, is very important, of course, for them, but for their own sake, for the sake of cultivating their identity. They need to know their culture, their history, and so on, to open up to the world. And without this breathing space of higher education, you are killing the hopes and the formation of identity, the Palestinian identities, and the occupiers are very well aware of that. Now, 1924, and then I go back to the actual stage of what is going on right now, and then we open up the debate or whatever can be discussed. So in West Bank, as you know, the settlers, not going to even to qualify the humanity or the lack of humanity of those settlers, have almost pushed away all the Palestinians from the countryside, taking their land, pushing them to the cities. And even the cities, due to the security situation, the students and the population in general do not go out of the city. They stay at home, basically. And the universities right now, since the past 8 months, are working by Zoom. There is no physical studying for the West Bank. The Gaza, we don't talk about it. It's even worse. So they're all working by Zoom. The security situation for the students, for the staff, for the population in general, doesn't allow them to be physically present and teach. So there are universities, but it's by Zoom. So that's the situation in the West Bank. There's no Hamas, nothing there. That's exactly what they allow. And all the countryside are not safe. Settlers, snipers, and all those things, they push them out of their land to go to the city. Anyway, Gaza, the situation is well known. Systematic destruction of all the intellectual life, cultural life, all the universities. I'm going to see the statistic in a moment. Museums, libraries, even the cultural center, the French cultural center. I'm going to show you some in a moment. In fact, I gave some lectures 10 years ago there, has been heavily damaged. So it's not even the institutions of the Palestine which has been targeted, but even a center, a nice French cultural center there, the cemeteries and all these things have been targeted for that things. This is some statistic which is not too current, but yet you see that the number of students who have been killed, so many in fact are under the rubbles. They have no life, but the rubbles they cannot access. Go to under the rubbles because there is a snipers and drones. So that's why it's so important that we have a ceasefire. Because without ceasefire, even those thousands of people who are under the rubble, although they are dead, we know they are dead, but their families have the right to grieve them properly, to look at them, to make sure that they are dead indeed, or to ascertain that. Ils ont le droit de faire leur deuil, finalement. Those are the injured ones, the teachers who have been killed, and administrators, something like 200,000, more than 200 have been killed among the teachers and administrators of those universities. It's incredible statistics. Going back to that. Okay, that's what I want as far as this document. Let's go back to the actual situation on the ground. My friends, if we can go back to the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint, please. 5 minutes, 10 minutes more, and we're going to show some documents, actual documents, and then we go back to you people, so we can follow up. Okay, so, university by university, this is Al-Azhar University. It's a well-known picture before. It was a very nice building. That's after the destruction for no reason, basically just to destroy, in order to destroy. Hi, this is another view of Al-Azhar University taken in January, one kind. This is, that's lectures. In fact, I was lecturing there at time. In fact, you may see the pulsar or whatever. I was giving an introductory course in astronomy at that time to the students and the staff at that university, which is not completely destroyed, as you see, and many of them are died. This is the Gaza Islamic University, also destroyed, in fact, very early on, few days after the 7th October, they destroyed it completely to the ground. This was how it looks like when I was there in 2012, when we meet with the students and the staff and so on. This is what is happening of it now. That's the students also, some of the lectures we gave there. This is head of the chemistry department of Hemsla University in Algeria, was doing a talk on the chemistry. Okay, and then afterward we did inaugurate, and that should concern us all as astronomers, the Center of Astronomy at Gaza University. And well, the opening was at Al-Aqsa University, and it was, but the center itself was at Al-Aqsa University. So you see that's a UNESCO chair of astrophysics, the only chair of astrophysics and astronomy in the Arab world. That's the only one. And we, in fact, inaugurated it there. And students will start working. It's not completely destroyed. In fact, as I say, the actual chair of the chair of UNESCO has been killed with his family. So it's even worse than that. In fact, we're going to see, well, this is some activities, astronomical activities we have carried out with the public. This is at the French Cultural Center. This is with the Tadé, the Vice Consul of France, which came from Jerusalem for that activities. That was lectures in French and so on. This is back to the Islamic University. That's the president of the Islamic University at the left. You can see. I am here at the right. Who has been, after he was the chair of the UNESCO chair, he was being killed, as I say, with his family. So, and many of the people that you see here, faculty members and students, we don't know what's happened to them. Some are died, some are under the rubbles, some are, all of them, of course, have lost their houses and connection possibly with their family. And this is Sofiane, Dr. Sofiane, is a great scientist. He's the recipient of a Truman Prize of Arab for academic excellence. And as I say, rahimahullah. This is now the Al-Aqsa University. I was talking about the Gaza University, Al-Aqsa University again in rubbles. That's what it's happened, what is left of it. This is one of the meetings we had with the scientific council of that university and so on. I'm not going to talk in details. This guy is a well-known poet. He's the head of the French department at that time, a department of French at that university. In his office, you can see him here. This is with now where he is. They sent me a picture a month ago. He's with the distributing toys Of course, his house has been destroyed, and some of his family members have been killed, by the way. Ziad Madouh. And now you can see him distributing toys to kids which have become homeless themselves. A great poet. You can see his poetry in French, in some media, French media. That's the fate of, an example of the fate of the academic, people there. The University of Quds University, Jamiat al-Quds, also the same kind of situation, destruction for no reason, really. And basically, all the universities have been destroyed. This is a list of all the universities which have been destroyed. And the last one, it was well in the news, Isra University, where the occupiers were there in garrison. They left and they destroyed after them. So there is no explanation, no guerrilla activity and so on. Anyway, so other things, of course, have been damaged or destroyed. This is one of the oldest mosque in the Muslim world, possibly. This is Masjid al-Umari in Gaza. It's an absolute beautiful monument of that period of time. You see when we are there. Now that's what has happened to it after a few months. So it's not, I don't think it's a military target. I don't believe that. So that's what's happened. This is a beautiful place. It's again unique. It was been built like 50 years after the death of the Prophet. It's one of the very few first mosques in the Muslim world that has been destroyed. And so on and so forth. Libraries, everything which is standing for culture and for life has been destroyed. And the degree of destruction is such that new terms have been, we have to introduce domicide, deliberate destruction of homes. That's what's happened. Millions of houses are no more standing up. Schoolicide or educide, systematic destruction of schools and educational institutions, in addition to culturicide and, of course, genocide. Again, as I said, ladies, girls are making up most of the student body. This is why even the people who are fighting for a better that the girls be more represented. You have a Palestine where the girls are mostly in the studying. Well, I am going to finish basically what's left to talk. Yes, I've talked about it. If you want to talk about about figures, everything is horrible. But I'm not going to too much to talk about it. The hospitals, destroyed, the clinics. We're not talking about the starvation and all those things. When you're talking about 40,000 dead, don't worry. Don't believe me. I mean, according to the statistics, in fact, of the State Department, it possibly can reach 150,000 because there's so many tens of thousands of people that unaccounted for. They're talking about the bodies. It's like when you have a seism, an earthquake. You talk about the first number that you see is the numbers of bodies count. But afterward, when you see the scale of the destruction and you do the counting, you're going to see that it's sometimes, several times the initial figure. And of course, there is no journalist there and no people to do the count, the exact counting and so on. So you have, it's an absolutely incredible set of figures which are horrible by itself. Just the number of journalists killed, we are at 169, possibly more journalists than have been killed during all the conflicts since World War II, possibly. Anyway, so that's what I want to say. It's land which was to be open. It was an open jail. It has become often an open cemetery. And yet, there is hope, and we have to keep hope, and to have to talk about them, and to be aware of what's going on, because one day, Palestine will be free. Thank you. That was just an introduction. Now the situation is horrible. We're going to concentrate on what we, as academics or as astronomers, can do, possibly in the future when we'll have to rebuild what is destroyed, but at least to be aware and to feel what is going on and not let things go with indifference. And we are here, 2,000 astronomers meeting in this land of Madimba, and that we make a strong, that we feel what is going on in our very eyes while we are here, meeting. It's not, we don't have the tools to change the things yet, but we have to express our solidarity and think about possibly what we can do in the future in terms of scholarship from students, like the way it has been done for Ukraine. I remember when the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, strong appeals were made by the European Astronomical Society, the International Astronomical Union, to stand in solidarity and to help the students of Ukraine and the staff to find them some position possibly, so that for a period of time at least, can such a call be made? What can we do? I do not know. It was just, as I said, an Unconference which is unstructured, just to let me at least give you some basic facts and let you express whatever you want to express. So I just open the floor for whatever you have your feeling or what you possibly could be done. I do not know. Marta, you want to say something?
Yeah. So here's a thought, and this won't be an easy thing, but it's something that will make a big difference at the end and in the longer term. And that is to think about how we can get some buy-in for the support of Palestinians from Israeli colleagues. The Global Young Academy issued a statement on the situation between Russia and Ukraine. There have been so many, essentially everyone and his dog issued a statement about Ukraine. But the Global Young Academy statement is really singled out by the fact that it distinguished between the governments and the people, and it had the buy-in from both Ukrainian scientists and Russian scientists. Because it clearly said that we don't want to break ties with the Russian scientific community. And so we're supporting Russian scientists, in particular if they disagree with their governments. And we want to collaborate with both Russia and with Ukraine, and we would love to see collaboration between the two. So I think the really critical point and where the difference at the end will be made, and it has to happen. I mean, we have people living in the region, we have Israelis, we have Palestinians, and it's a diverse range of different groups, and none of the groups is really homogeneous. We have Jews, we have Christians, we have Muslims, we have Arabs, people who settle from other places. And no, it's very hard to find actually a dividing line between these people, and the dividing line is completely arbitrary by politics.
But you're saying so possibly the Israeli colleagues should make some statement, possibly the way that the Russians have done during the invasion of Ukraine, to show at least a certain level of empathy, at least to that we, I don't know, I'm just saying, trying to find out what you perhaps think that you're hinted at, and then we'll see.
I mean something that I've been really doing over Twitter since October. I've deliberately always looked for voices from Israel who really want to change. People who say, we have to work together with, our friends in Palestine, that there are Israelis and Palestinians who work together to build a different situation for that region. So if we could really find within astronomy partners from Israel who would be on board, it would make all the difference.
Is there some Israeli colleagues here, by the way? Yes. Go ahead. Yes.
I want to stress on this point. Actually, this is very important that scientist colleague from Israel state clearly that they are against such a genocide. Because the situation, we know everyone, is not just started on 7 October, started well before. So many Russian colleagues, they write against Putin, against the war. My colleague before told me that Israel is a democracy. So if Israel is a democracy, why don't they express themselves really clearly that what they're doing is completely horrible? So it is the crisis of humanity there. And we cannot stay without not doing nothing. So I think that we have to write our colleague explicitly some open document and to ask explicitly to our Israeli and scientific colleague to support us in, I am saying, between comma, we have to boycott, not because I would like to boycott my Israeli scientific colleague, but the institution, the government. In South Africa, the apartheid was solved just because there was installation by the cultural point of view first. So this is very important. And I am not against any person, any human being in this world. But of course, things here, I think, are very clear, and everyone should know in which place to stay. So they are very clear. Sorry, but I understood very well.
Thank you very much. We have to differentiate between, institutional boycott and individuals. The individuals should not be boycotted. They are scientists. They can contribute to science. It's a world adventure. It's a collective adventure, and everyone is welcome. The institutions, it has to be done the way it has been done possibly for Russia, and so even in a stronger way for South Africa. We have to take a stand for the institutions. Yes. Anyone want to react also, add something or complement? So we all know the situation. The situation is very bad in terms of figures, but what stand can we make ourselves as a scientific community? I mean, let's say, just let you talk. You see the Dr. Sofiane, which is the chair of the UNESCO's chair of astronomy for Palestine, the only center of astronomy, a chair of UNESCO in the Arab world. He was killed in almost indifference. Have you heard about him? He's an astronomer like us. He's a chair of the astrophysics chair of UNESCO. No, we don't hear about that. And so many people also of this got the same fate, and we have not reacted as a community to at least to grieve their death and feel this empathy and this solidarity. This is a message of solidarity. We are very much powerless. It's a big struggle going on, and the big actors that almost, but we have to show express in some way our solidarity and empathy. And the first thing is be aware of what is going on. I gave you all those figures. We show you university by university, the way it was 10 years ago. I was visiting the area, and the way it is now. Rambles upon rambles. Yes, please.
Thank you. So it would be great if we would sit in a circle, if that is, if possible. Okay, but I'll sit and face everybody else. Okay. Oh, I'll turn my chair so that I'm sitting. Try to approximate. In South African terms, I suppose, since we are here, what we are looking for is truth and reconciliation. And I suppose we all agree that Israeli colleagues are central to the process. And Israeli dissidents, let's call them dissidents because that's what they would be. I don't personally know any who I would consider dissidents. I fear they are so few in number that we would be hard pressed to find one. I would be very glad to be proved wrong, but at the moment, from what I hear from secondary sources, it would be difficult to find any. But any that we do find who are dissidents, I think we agree, are deserving of our greatest respect. So now the second point I wanted to make, which is related, is that yes, it is in general very difficult for scientists or anyone to go against the policies of their governments. So there was some couple of years in 2022, there was a statement from the IAU in support of scientists in Ukraine. and signed by multiple organizations. And what is the interest? Including
signed in the name
yeah, yeah.
of the African community, African astronomical community, this statement which came from the European Astronomical Society and the International Astronomical Union. It was not a very strong statement they made, but it was at least being aware of the crimes were taking place there without naming any aggressor or whatever, because you know that in Europe there's all those kind of countries, there's Serbia, there are all those people who might not have agreed on a strong condemnation, but at least they made a strong statement, and they, as I was saying earlier, they asked for whoever can help the students and the faculty members in finding a position or in universities in Europe till the things got calmer. Yeah, sorry.
What was striking to me was also who is missing from the signatories. And I'm afraid to say the Astronomical Society of my country, India, I work in Switzerland, but I'm from India, is missing. Other countries which are kind of sort of neutral or allied with Russia, they are also missing. And the situation is that it's just difficult, very difficult or very dangerous for people to be seen to be against their official policy of their governments. So I think if we look at our colleagues in the IAU executive, and we look at the policies, we look at which countries they're from and what the policies of their countries are, I think we will see an almost perfect, okay, having had informal conversations with them, I think it is just very dangerous for them to say anything against the official policies of their governments, and they're not going to. It's just too dangerous. So we have to put pressure on them, on the IAU executive, twist their arm, put moral pressure on them until they come out in at least a little bit of support. So this is not going to be easy, but I think it's something we have to do. We have to get the IAU to make a stand. It doesn't have to mention a country. It doesn't have to mention. It can just mention that we are in solid. And in particular, I am afraid of being on a committee or on a collaboration by somebody who has, done something really horrible or, worked on writing software to put sniper rifles on drones or something like that, because that's what people do. And maybe it was as part of their military service, but we will come across we will come across people with a history like that in our professional lives. And yeah, we need truth and reconciliation, but we will have to apply pressure. Yeah.
Just a piece of information, if I may, in that concerning that statement, that we signed almost blind-eyed when it was sent to us by the IAU and the president of the European Astronomical Society, and we at AFAS. I was the president at that time, and we thought overnight I convoked the executive committee, and we say, what you think about that communique? It was a mild one anyway, and we all agreed without any hesitation. Although there is some pressure because, the South African government is with the BRICS and so on, so the South African government will not take any position, but as a professional society, even based in South Africa, we've thought, and the people of South Africa were with us, say, no problem, you are absolutely autonomous, we made a statement. Then, when it came to Gaza, and I'm going to say in a very guarded way, when we contacted, I was no president at that time, when we contacted the IAU and the European Astronomical Society to come with us with the statement we made, it's on the site of the AFAS, they say it's too difficult for us. We are pushed back by one of the person, I'm not going to mention the name, we are pushed back by some colleagues, Israeli colleagues, who wanted the other way around and say we are not going to take any position. So you see, there's a disbalance. That's why I'm saying what you are saying is great. If at least a professional society was taking a position a little bit bolder, just talking about the inacceptability of the the blatant human rights taking place, and talk even about the astronomy, the way that the astronomy center was destroyed along with the University of Al-Aqsa, just stating that it is unacceptable to destroy a science center, an astronomy center, and that it's the chairman of that of the chair was killed, at least at that time, then that will be it will be something which will be respectable. But saying we cannot because we are tied with our hands, we have some pressure from the other side, it's unacceptable. Who is anyway, and without comment anymore. So yes, please.
Yeah, something else that we're seeing, you know, there's not only a war on the ground, but there's also an information war going around. And I've watched the German media very carefully over the last few months. And something that we've been seeing in the media, it now reflects a kind of change. There's a bit of momentum on public opinion that is changing. So the initial news that came out in October, November in Germany, they were extremely one-sided. And the sound of the media has changed because public opinion has shifted. One reason why public opinion has shifted, we see this kind of facts come into the light. People see what's going on. People learn that there's a case in the International Court of Justice. So we're no longer in the regime of, whether it's something about politics. No, it's about violation of Hague Convention, Geneva Convention, Genocide Convention. No, we're talking about criminal activities. And this comes to the light. So something else I've done, I always made sure when people send material, people should know what's going on, what it is. And there's lots of things that can actually be learned from the history of apartheid in South Africa. In particular, how apartheid has been overcome in South Africa. A lot of people are saying, yeah, apartheid has overcome because of lots of international pressure. But it would have never happened if within white South Africans, there hadn't been opinions of people who said, no, we don't think apartheid is right. We want a different future in South Africa. But one problem that they had was they didn't know how to change the system. And there was fear. There's lots of irrationality in the reaction of Israelis because of fear. They fear something is bad, something bad will happen to them once Palestinians are free. So they put pressure on them and they think this guarantees safety of Israel. Actually, it does exactly the opposite. Oppressing Palestinians does not mean safety for Israelis. Similarly, oppressing black people in South Africa did not mean safety for white people.
Yes, indeed. The public opinion is ultimately, will be the judge, not only for the change, but for the history. And this is why the young people, you have seen the absolutely great position of the young people across the world, and even in Europe or in America, hundreds of Jews, young Jewish people say, not in my name. That's a statement of humanity which stay for history. That's politicians do whatever they wish, but the court of the public opinion is ultimately what is going to make things change and will be witnessing for history. And I don't want to talk too much alone. If some people also want to say things, what we could. Yes, please.
Hi. Those are some heart-wrenching facts that I saw. And it seems that we not only lost some human lives, but we also lost some future colleagues or scholars there. So I just would like to know, is there any foreign exchange kind of thing is happening where you can send students to any foreign universities for let's say 2 or 3 years when they will just complete what they are studying before all these things happened? Or that's what I would like to know.
I'll give you my limited answer to that. I know that some French universities, they have put up scholarships for the students who are outside Gaza, who might be in Egypt or whatever. And it's, I can send you the whole list. Several universities, they said they are ready to take some of the students which were studying and have been able to come out. They might be refugees in some surrounding countries, and they will take care of them, their scholarships. If other institutions and other countries will make this step, even if it's a little bit symbolic, because doesn't address to the whole mass of students who are 100,000 students, by the way, who are now refugees in their own country and roaming around from tent to tent and pushed in safety zone to be bombed into safety zone and so on. It doesn't solve the problem itself, but at least it alleviate and mitigate one. If, at least as a statement, some German universities, Italian universities say, well, we put up some scholarship for Palestinians or for scholars to stay with us for a few months or whatever. That will be already a step, a symbolic step, very strong, and practically it will help in even if a small way. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Just something onto your point. I think I just recently received an article where 27 final sixth-year medical students were brought from Gaza to Cape Town to complete their final year practical internship of medicine, so that they could qualify to become doctors. So, I mean, that was an initiative by Gift of the Givers Association. Gift of the Givers Association. Cape Town, it was at UCT, to University of Cape Town. But I mean, it was a private initiative that they brought 27 final year medical students to Cape Town to complete their studies.
Where were they, the students? They were out of the West Bank or something, otherwise they will not be able to be found, most likely.
Yes.
Would have been,
yeah, I can forward the article to you, but I mean, maybe something similar initiative, even if it's a symbol, say it's a handful of students that could be, sort of brought to other institutions to complete their studies. Might be,
yeah. Small steps, but huge steps.
Yeah.
And it should be a snowball effect. It should be other institutions, other countries, other universities doing the same thing. It doesn't cost them much. Few scholarships, giving away.
Yeah. And I mean, just one final point. I mean, I think when you spoke about the double standards, I think it's interesting if a certain institution or country can condemn Russia-Ukraine situation and they can't condemn this situation, then it points to an obvious double standard. And then what's the basis of that? What's the underlying reason for not wanting to come to the same conclusion? And I mean, you can then draw your own conclusions as do they value certain ethnicities or race or lives more than others? And I think if one can break it down to that simplest underlying denominator, we could maybe use that as to apply more pressure. People are often fearful of being labeled a racist or, a biased or bigoted. Thank you.
Yes.
To be in practice, of course, we need to expose people to the information. So people with good information, they were able to at least to express themselves a little bit better, no? So I think that we can, at least with this conference, to conclude with some practical action. First of all, to try the IAU to make some statement about the situation, to try to make a list of university institution that needs help, and then we can, in our country, we can do what we can, create a network to help these people, to push our colleague in Israel to same such statement in solidarity, something like this. Should we proceed in this way, or?
Do we want to have a small group coming out of that, so that we I don't know in what form we can have it. And I'm going to feed you all the information that I have. By the way, I didn't mention it easy enough, but this statement or this communiques are, sorry, the source of information absolutely great in following the situation of the universities there. So what do you suggest? Do we have a group?
No, I'm just I'm launching an idea to have some action after this conference. So, as was suggested, should we in some way to ask to IAU to make some official statement in solidarity? So we should write to someone and to ask this, or to write an open document to invite our Israeli colleague to support as our initiative. Any action that exposes to people to information, to right information, and help them to decide how to express themselves.
Hi. So I agree with that. And just a point what Jared was saying, it's the people that have come to South Africa, like the medical students, and I've been to like a lunch with some refugees who were younger students, IT students, and that does let people learn about the situation from kind of a peer or somebody. So if you talk to an astronomer, you get, or a student, you get information. But also, I think as astronomers, we must be careful that it's not just astronomers' lives that matter. So sometimes you read about, oh no, a science institute was bombed. That is terrible. But actually, it's schools, hospitals, people, anybody's lives who was destroyed. It's not just scientists and astronomers that matter, which I think everyone here would agree. But sometimes people, are more horrified with a university being bombed than people's homes being destroyed. Yeah.
Just a short comment. I try to emphasize the academic aspect and the astronomers just to make it palatable for IAU to speak to people so they don't say, well, you're out of the subject. But certainly it's all across the board. I mean, all the various professions, not astronomers, but all the schools and everything, and certainly, yes. So let's try to wrap up.
So I have to say something, experience I had last week, which I found deeply disappointing, where that is really British understatement, because I grabbed the IAU president and I asked her, well, what can we do for Palestinians? And particularly, I really used the word Palestinians rather than Palestine in order to depoliticize this thing. And basically the response was, oh, we won't do anything. So she referred to guidance from the International Science Council, which the IAU is member of. Actually, the IAU Science Council has a dedicated page on support for Palestinians. So they asked all their member organizations, if you do anything in support of Palestinians, no, let's post it here, let's share the approaches that we take about supporting Palestinians. And it had a supporting statement from Saleh Abdul Karim, who is one of the vice presidents of the International Science Council, who is South African. And despite the fact that the IAU completely stands out by not wanting to do anything. And, the International Science Council and related organizations, they can well make the point and say, yeah, but, it's not our business to talk about all these humanitarian things and politics. Yes, but there's one point where they can't bail out from. And that is the right to science, anchored in Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And if the International Science Council and the scientific unions don't stand for the right to science worldwide, they can just dissolve themselves.
Okay, so what do we suggest, because we have to wrap up, possibly another conference. What do you suggest as an initiative? Do you want people to have some statement asking the IAU possibly to make possibly a statement of empathy or whatever you want to call it? We don't call it solidarity possibly because it's possibly too strong for them, but condemning what at least the situation, not being, easy, uneasy about the situation, or asking our Israeli Israeli colleagues to make a stand, at least a humanitarian stand, not a political one, of not indifference or whatever, because we have just a few minutes.
So I personally think all these statements will actually do very little at the end. I think what is useful is check the page from the International Science Council with examples of support that's already happening. Think how we as astronomers can contribute to these things, or we can replicate some of the things that can be done. And think carefully of any links with Israelis that can really, we can really find, because that will make the big difference at the end.
So, in conclusion, possibly, are you ready to, or are we ready all as a group, possibly? I'm going to make a small statement about what is the conclusion of what we have agreed here. So, would you be ready, for example, to keep, to have something written that possibly the people, even the overall, I mean, participants could agree with, or we could keep it ourselves, whatever, what you suggest, because you seem to be quite aware of how the things work in terms of solidarity things and so on.
First, we will make sure that we don't lose contact.
Okay.
So we have to organize, you have to collect people to sign up so that we can keep in contact and discuss further stuff.
It's too short time, possibly. But let me tell you one thing. I'm going to write an announcement. I'm going to mention what has been discussed, and I'm going to put whatever, maybe my mail or something. Yes, that's right. That's what I'm talking about. Can you? Okay. I have no connection with that. Can we do it? Can we work together on that aspect, and then we keep on touch through I'm going to send, as I say, I'm going to make a statement. I mean, just an announcement, and I'm going to put some email possibly, or how we follow up, because the Slack in 1 month will be dead, will be flattened, so that we can keep in touch, at least for the next few days or next few weeks possibly, but to keep in touch, not having to sign up a sheet because it's too late not to do that. Yes?
We will contact on your Slack, give you your email.
Okay, fine. Okay, good. So we do like that. So, and we conclude. And thank you so much for having participated to this this nice discussion about not so nice things, but we took a stand at least. Isn't it, Mike? Thank you, Mike, for having joined us at the last moment, but it was great. Okay. Yeah. Great, no problem. No problem. You know the situation yourself. We have discussed it, so it's fine. Well, I'm going to send something, so keep watching what's going to be sent, and we're going to try to take one step further. Yes, please.
Make an announcement through the announcement Slack, and maybe make a side Slack for gathering people.
Okay.
So a statement
Fine.
can be agreed upon.
Okay, great. I'll do it. Before tonight, before this evening. Just say a few things that we had a nice meeting and we had discussed those things, and whoever, no problem. No problem. Okay, great.
Because there's got to be more people who will join. Who just weren't here.
But the great thing is that the
Hi, everybody. If you want to participate a bit in this session about social battery and spoon theory, could I ask you to come a little bit closer just so we can have more discussion? If you want to. If you're not participating, that's okay. Thank you. Yeah. Are you already part of the EDI working group? Which one? Here, IAU? No. Okay. I'm the neurodivergence mental health sub-chair, co-chair. Yeah. Actually participate. Let's talk after? Okay. Yeah. So, hi everybody. Thanks for coming. I'm going to talk just very briefly about what these concepts are about, and then I'm going to come to my in-person participants, and we're just going to have a quick discussion to absorb these concepts. So what are these concepts, social battery and spoon theory? So I'll discuss them, and then we'll have a little activity, and just to have a group discussion amongst the people who are here, and if then anyone is online, I will take a look at the chat just in case there's anyone online who wants to comment. So, social battery is a relatively new concept. It's a metaphor to explain how much energy we have as people to socialize. This social battery everyone has is different. Its capacity is different. We talk a lot about introverts and extroverts and things like that. There's different people who draw energy from social situations. They draw energy from being around other people. And there are people who are drained of energy, who it drains them. It can be physically and mentally exhausting to be in these situations. And you can imagine that a conference such as this one, and all of the different activities and different ways of engaging it has, can either be very fulfilling for some people or very draining for other people. So what are some things that influence how much social battery a person has, how much capacity this battery has? Well, their personality is an influence. The type of social interaction it is and with whom they're interacting is very important, right? Or we talk about the quality and ease of interaction, right? It's very energizing maybe to interact with a friend, someone you can be very close with or very personal with, or it can be very draining to interact with a professional colleague, someone you have to be very professional, maybe even hiding a bit of yourself to interact with them. External stressors. This is a very noisy place. There's a lot of flashing lights. There's a lot of ambient noise. People who are hard of hearing may find it difficult to communicate in these venues, and it costs them more. And there's internal stressors. There's internal stressors about people who have more social anxiety or people who struggle with interacting with strangers, right? So, we have this concept of a social battery. We have this amount of energy that each person has to deal with social situations. Now I want to ask everyone to think about spoon theory. Spoon theory is yet another metaphor for understanding how each person allocates energy to achieve tasks throughout their day. So this theory was conceptualized by a person named Christine Miserandino, excuse me. They coined the term while they were explaining to their friend what it's like to live with chronic illness. So chronic illness and chronic pain, right? Every day you wake up and you have a different amount of pain, you have a different amount of energy that you can begin the day with and use to accomplish tasks. So when she was having dinner with her friend said, what is it like to live with your condition? How do you get through each day? And they were eating dessert. And she had a spoon in her hand and she said, we're in your house. Your house has 20 spoons. And that's all the spoons that are in your house. When you get up and eat breakfast, you have to use 1 spoon. When you have people over and you want to serve dessert, you have to use 5 spoons, right? So each of these different tasks throughout the day cost a spoon, or it costs several spoons. So that's how she created this idea that during each amount of day, you have a fixed number of spoons that you can use to accomplish tasks, to have dinner, to have breakfast, to have different things, right? So this one theory has been adapted in the mental health community to help people navigate experiences with mental illness or living with disabilities. And of course, amongst the neurodiversity community, this is a very popular concept to use to understand how they can confront each task that they have to accomplish throughout the day. So again, each spoon represents the energy we need to complete a task. We have to balance how we use these spoons from day to day. Maybe when someone who's dealing with depression, they might start their day with fewer spoons, right? They have less energy, excuse me, which makes each task more difficult to accomplish. And when we spent all our spoons at the end of the day, or even before the end of the day, if we spent all our spoons, we don't have the energy to complete even the simplest tasks. So why do we want to understand these concepts? Why do we want to start using visual and tactile metaphors about these concepts? Because they help us understand the experiences of others in a way that hypothetical thought does not. So they especially help people with invisible illnesses and invisible disabilities navigate these challenges each day. So it's helping us bring to our consciousness unperceivable illnesses and experiences. So have you ever asked yourself, maybe a person or a colleague you work with or a friend, why don't they never want to join us for dinner? Why aren't they motivated to work harder? Why does it seem like this person is in a bad mood? Why did they miss that meeting? Why does it take so long for them to complete a task? Why aren't they more available? These are all things that we might ask ourselves about a person without realizing that they just don't have the same number of spoons that we do to get through their day, or they don't have the same social battery that we do, that going to dinner is very draining for them, that going to those meetings they couldn't because they were in a high pain day and couldn't get through that meeting, so they chose not to participate, right? So now this is the part where I'm going to invite some discussion and some participation. And I have some tools for everybody that if you want to take one, you can take one. I have little social battery lapel pins. If you want, you can come take one if you want to take it home with you. This is what I was talking about with your social battery. You can pin it to your lapel, and it's got a sliding indicator that indicates how much charge is left in your battery. So if you want to come up front, I can give you one, and then we'll begin the activity. So, you're welcome. There's still some in packaging, so I'll need to open them. Thank you. Thank you. There's 2 here. Yeah, there's 2. Can you help me open these packages and maybe distribute? Sorry. Thank you. Okay. I have some more, so if more people come, they're free to take one home with them. So I I do ask that we go through a little thought experiment together. So the people who are sitting in the, I'll take the trash, yeah. There's a few more here. Yeah. So the people in the room today, I want you to find some people around yourself. Maybe meet someone new if you can, if you have the energy to do so. And we're going to talk our way through a few scenarios. So with the people around you or with somebody, with the person next to you, we're going to think about an experiment. And what we're going to do is we're going to imagine a person who has a set number of spoons in their day. And each thing that happens to them, we're going to take away spoons. So during this exercise, remember that you cannot get more spoons during the day. The number of spoons you have at the beginning is the number of spoons that you have for the whole day. And during the day, I also want you to check in with the social battery, like change the scale and slide it based on what is happening to that person that day. And your goal is at that person that you're going to go to a working dinner that night, that you need to get through all of these things that happen to you in the day and make it to the dinner. So let's imagine, everybody imagine with somebody next to them, you are a student and you're on a very tight budget and you ride your bicycle to school. You're about to travel to a conference and your advisor, your teacher can no longer attend and you're going by yourself. So this student, this person, you're going to begin your day with 12 spoons. So what happens to you during the day? Here, can you open that? You commute to the office and there's bad weather. You begin reading emails in the morning and you find out that your paper was rejected. Other things that happen, your office mate invites you out for tea or coffee. You have a meeting scheduled with a very angry person. You're asked to give technical support or give support to a colleague. You have a lunch with a friend. You have to lead a meeting for a project you really care about. And you receive passive-aggressive emails from a work colleague. So all of these things happen to you during your day, and for each one you lose spoons. How do you make sure that you have enough spoons to get to that dinner at night? Because that's something you really want to do. That's something that's very important to you. So I'm going to come around and just like help people talk about these concepts and talk about these ideas. And in a few minutes, we'll have some discussion and I'll just invite comments from people in the room.
What happens? Wait, oh, sorry.
No, you open it up and you see there's a little lightning bolt that you can move.
Okay, what? I don't understand the whole concept.
So your social battery is basically how much energy that
You have.
to talk, to interact with other people.
Oh, to interact, not to do your own work, to interact with other people.
So social is like when you're talking to somebody else, or talking with a group of people, or even being in a situation like this where you have lots of people around you. So some people may have, so this translates to energy, right? How much energy you have to talk to people, to interact with them. Some people have a very low social battery, which means it's very hard for them to talk to other people, or it's very difficult to be in a situation with a lot of people around them. Some people have a very from working with other people, things like that. So it's very personal. And this little battery just indicates how much energy you have to socialize. So you can slide this around and reflect. So you can put it on your lapel or your clothes like this, and you can indicate how much energy you have to have a social conversation.
Oh, but you're talking about, are you giving a talk?
Yeah, but this is the scenario we're working through. So I'm going to go talk with people in the audience and help them. But it's kind of an activity to understand what these concepts mean. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're from Chile?
Yes.
Oh, you took us telescope.
Yeah.
I'm from Namibia.
Oh, very cool.
There's a telescope that was supposed to be in Namibia, and now it's in Chile. So you and I are rivals.
Do you know how many spoons you would use relative to each other?
So I have a question from somebody in the audience about the activity that we're doing right now. And they asked me, how do you know how many spoons each event costs? Well, that's something that's also very personal, right? So imagine you're this student and you have a tight budget and you bike to school and you've already ridden to work in the rain and you're soaked and cold and freezing. You can imagine how that takes away your energy, and that very action takes multiple spoons. So you have even fewer spoons to get through the rest of your day after you have to do that. And then immediately after, you get to work and you're reading emails and you were rejected. Your paper was rejected, it wasn't good enough. That can also take away energy that you have to get through the rest of your day. And all of these things have different weights. They cost a different number of spoons, but it's very personal. Yeah. Yeah, this is a thought experiment. There's no right or wrong answer. There's no global solution. You're just thinking about how these events, how these negative and positive events impact you throughout your day, and how even the positive events, like lunch with a friend, that still costs energy. You still have to pay for that. Oh, I can get you another one. Or sometimes the pen just pops out. Like, here, you can have this one. And I'll take that one. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
How do you know how many spoons you have to begin with?
That's also, I got a question in the back. How do you know how many spoons you have to begin with? That's also a very personal decision. For this thought experiment, I assigned an arbitrary number of spoons to this person. I said they have 12, and they have 8 different things that could cost them different amounts of spoons, and they still want to have spoon for dinner. But you can imagine someone who's living with an illness, who lives with a lot of pain, and they wake up in a lot of pain that morning, they may only have 6 spoons to begin their day with, right? And it doesn't have to be spoons. It can be cycles, it can be units of energy, it can be points. It's however you want to think about it. Spoons is just fun to think about for the thought experiment. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Got a question?
Yeah.
So some people, like you mentioned, extrovert versus introvert. So you may describe an extrovert as somebody who gains energy or spoons from other people's interactions, and maybe an introvert is somebody who generally is a donor of that energy and feels drained of the interactions. But is it possible for somebody, even an extrovert, who gains energy from people? I mean, they are also still spending spoons, right, as they gain it.
Yeah.
And I mean, personally, I gain loads of energy from people, but I am at times drained, even though it should be a net gain.
So I have a really interesting question back here, and I want to bring this point up, is there was a question about, what about people who take energy, who are fulfilled by social interactions, right? But there's no such thing as a perpetual motion machine. There's no such thing as infinite amount of energy that can be gained, right? You may be gaining a bit of social energy, you may charge your social battery, but overall throughout days or long hours, your energy will be drained no matter what you do. And that's something that's very personal to you as well. And that's when we may have to stop and say, you know, I think it's not a good idea that I go to that dinner because I don't have the energy and I won't be in a good place to get through that dinner, to work with my colleagues, to be in a good mood even, right? So these are all a lot of good questions and comments, and they're very important to think about how we manage, how we set boundaries for ourselves and how people set boundaries for themselves to get through social situations and to get through different interactions throughout their day. So thank you for asking that.
So, what happens if, say, you are low and or out of spoons, but you have to engage because, you know, like,
yeah. So there's another good question back here. You know, what happens when we can't remove ourselves from a situation? We are out of spoons or our social batteries are drained, but we have to go to this work dinner or we have to be present somewhere. What happens in those cases is that you will borrow energy, you will borrow spoons from the next day, right? Can you imagine like going to dinner at 8 p.m. and you're drained, but then you'll wake up the next morning after that dinner and you'll feel even worse. You'll have even less. So you can borrow, you're borrowing energy, you're borrowing spoons from the future. So it will impact you not only that day, the next day too, especially. Does anyone, I'll be right there. Does anyone have any comments or questions from over here? Okay. Yeah, what's your, okay. Oh, okay.
and sort of like how can we incorporate this into like our work life so that, especially like if you're in a position to change that sort of dynamic and how we communicate to have these things, but it doesn't like get wacky.
Yeah. I have another interesting question back here. How can we use these concepts like social batteries and spoon theory in our work life? So the first very important thing to remember is these are how we can use, these are thinking tools that we can use to set boundaries for ourselves. But how can we use that? How can we inject these concepts into our work? I ask people always before I need to talk to them about a heavy subject or I talk to them, I say, do you have the energy right now to accept this? Or, hey, I need your help. Do you have the spoons to help me? And so I invite people to tell me yes or no based on their energy level, like, hey, I'm having a bad experience. Can I talk to you about it? And I invite them to set boundaries. So this is a new and kind of experimental social interaction, but it's been very, very helpful in my working groups, like for people to say, you know what, I'm very busy right now. Can we talk about this in another time where I have more energy or I have more spoons to hear you properly, right? Because think about it, if you agree to listen to someone and they're in a bad space, they're in a bad place, that can impact you as well, and it can drain the both of you. So it's a collaboration to set boundaries, right? And these are wacky concepts, but these are new ways to think about how we socially engage that's non-traditional.
So what happens in a situation where you have to have a meeting with someone and you have social media?
Yeah.
Like right now, yeah, we have to talk. So we like to talk. And then so
Yeah.
we can't say, oh well, no, like I don't feel like it right now. Can you come back tomorrow?
Yes. So I have another question about, how can we take what happens if these situations, we can't escape them, right? If we can't escape these situations and we know our social battery is low or we have very few spoons left, it's okay to push through a situation, but you need to have something just beyond it that you can say, I will get through this meeting or I will get through this point of time where it's going to be difficult, but right after that, you need to take time, set time for yourself. And that can help you get through that meeting that you have to take. It can help you get through that conference or that large social event that you have to participate in, right? It's like, okay, I'm going to do this, but I'm going to say no to something else, or I'm going to make time for myself after that. And when you often are dealing with several things, like I have to do these 3 things and I cannot make time for myself, you do run the risk of burning yourself out. You run the risk of impacting your mood and impacting others around you. So there's always a way to wait, to give weight and to take decisions of what do I need to do today? What should I say no to today? Because saying yes to everything will have a negative outcome at the end of the day. It can negatively impact you. If you talk to somebody and you're in a bad mood, that can hurt your relationship with that person, right? So it's a net gain to say no when you need to. Yeah. 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 So I had a really interesting comment from here. Is like, when we try to invite people, when we try to say, do you have the energy for this? Or do you have the spoons for this? I want to engage or talk with you. Not everyone does that respectfully. And not everyone, takes no for an answer, or it may somehow impact how you are perceived by other people. But we have to think about, like, basically negative and positive gains. And we have to remember that the answer no is a complete sentence. So this person was asking, if you're asking if somebody has a social battery to deal with this or enough spoons and stuff, it could be a very personal question. But if that person, all they have to do is say no. They don't need to explain. There's no digging that you need to do to understand where they are right now. It's just, do you have the energy for this thing? No? And that's it. That's a perfectly acceptable answer. No is a complete sentence. Just no. No, thank you. No, not right now. No. And I think that maybe some people will have harder times learning that, but there's no reason to explain everything that's going on in your life. There's no reason to explain why these things are happening, right? That's your knowledge to have and your knowledge to keep. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Do you want to use the microphone?
Oh, sure. Yeah, okay. Yes, just to add something, I had to learn sort of recently that other people might have boundaries. I don't, but that it's okay to ask other people for things if they have boundaries. But I was always afraid not to ask people because I don't. And I know if somebody asked me something, I would say yes every time. And so I assumed everyone else was the same. But apparently most people who like grow up properly don't have that problem. They can just say no and feel fine about it. So it's like, I guess you have to know who you're talking to. and whether you can like borrow their spoons, right? Like to say, do you have time for me? And know if they will say yes in honesty or because they feel like they have to. But that's down to knowing people, right?
So these concepts are very personal. They're very driven by mental health conversations, and not everybody is familiar with those. Not everyone is equipped. And a lot of people may say yes when the answer should be no, right? But there's a lot of new work in empathy and compassion that we have to show. So if we interact and we say, hey, do you have energy for this? And they say, yes, of course, I can do anything and everything you ask me to. Yeah, well, I'm being hyperbolic, but if they just say yes and they say, yes, let's do this, you also have to invite them the opportunity to come back to it later, right? You can say, okay, but I know you have a lot of other things going on, so we'll do this, but not today, right? You can help people establish boundaries for themselves if they don't have any, right? So it's very case by case basis, right? But if a person sets no boundaries for themselves, that's just not something you can know. And that's okay. That's not something we can know about each other. Is there another comment?
Thank you. In a situation where I am rather expected to give a feedback on a particular assignment given to me, and at that particular time, I'm not even in that state. Shall answer no be the right thing, or what shall I do then?
So just so I understand your question, you're expected to give feedback about a task, and maybe you don't have positive feedback. Was that your question? Also, asking for time to think or just space, that's a very important concept in setting boundaries. If you don't have any positive feedback to offer at that moment, or you're not in a good space to have a conversation, ask if you can think about it for a little bit, for a period of time. So you can think of a way, get to a better place where you're able to give meaningful feedback or positive feedback so you don't damage a relationship. Taking time and withdrawing yourself from a situation is very important. And people will typically respect you when you need to ask for those things. You don't need to explain why. You never have to explain why. Just say, can I think about it for a little bit? And then I'll come back to you.
So you mentioned different ways that we can charge each other's batteries or charge your own batteries or whatever you want to call it, like this, gain a spoon, lose a spoon, etc. But I guess besides isolation or isolated activities for some that may help them to recharge or gain some spoons, there's also the social interaction. So somebody may have more spoons than you, like you said, at a time.
Yeah.
And then you kind of may rely on them to give you a bit of spoons by listening to you, etc., or just by you listening to them, depending on your personality type. But do you think that it's possible that, for example, somebody has 4 spoons and you've got 2, they give you a spoon but you gain 2, and then you can give them a spoon and they gain 1, and there's sort of this compounding net gain between 2 people? Not all the time, but is it possible for that kind of thing to take place? And if you think so, is there examples of something like that, or have you seen anything?
I mean, so I have just one, this last comment here is that, are there interactions that you can gain spoons or that you can gain energy that will be a net gain? Well, thinking from a daily perspective, you actually can't get more spoons to get through your day. That's a fix. Everyone has a fixed number of spoons, a fixed amount of energy that they can get through their day. But you can hang out, you can spend time with your best friend or a loved one, and you can support each other and talk about all of the things that are bothering you in a completely safe space, and you can get energy you can lift each other up. Yes, that's very true, right? Or you can, spend time with a pet or your family, children, friends, loved ones, partners, anyone. And yeah, correct. You can, it's vary by day for day. So if you imagine someone who's dealing with chronic illness, like the original example, if they have a high pain day, they have a lot of pain when they wake up in the morning, they may have fewer spoons that day. It's spoons available, right?
That's what I'm asking. Is your maximum capacity then fixed? Can I never have more than 12 spoons in a day because I'm a 12 spoon person?
No. It's variable, but it's a daily regimen. It's a daily amount of energy that you have to confront things, tasks, events throughout your day. Yeah.
Sorry, can we get 2 badges for our colleagues?
Yeah. Does anyone have any more comments or things they'd like to share before we end the session?
Thank you. That was a very informative session and
Sure.
meaningful.
Great. Does anyone want a little lapel pin that they didn't get one? I have a few more. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
A situation whereby you work under your bosses, where they don't want to take no for answer, they don't regard your feelings and your state at a point.
Unfortunately, like there are people in our lives who are going to I can give you a different pen if that one.
So the little black ones actually work better behind this than that one you just dropped.
I can give you a new one if you need. But there's a little plastic or a little transparent pen that goes behind the lightning bolt, and that's what allows it to slide back and forth.
So in the packet there were also little black ones. So I see the Kirsten's put the little black one there and that worked quite well.
Yeah. So it's very important. Like I have a person that I have to work with frequently, and they're really so when I do, I limit the amount of time I spend with them and only spend the necessary. And then before I have to spend time with that person, like before or after, I do something I enjoy, or I talk to somebody I enjoy their company, so I have a little bit more energy to confront that bad person. So there's no way that you can get out of it.
Yeah, part of life.
There's a lot of things who are very unfamiliar with mental health, protecting mental health.
I'm only becoming familiar with it now.
And it's awful. It's awful. But there's no way that we can teach every person. So it's how you protect yourself. So before talking with that person or after, do something that gives you a little bit of enjoyment. Have a nice conversation with a friend, or watch a funny video, or look at pictures of your family, or things that you can get into a different
Eat a
space.
space brownie.
Yeah, that too. So, I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate. I wish that.
Thank you so much. Actually, it was like just something different on technology. So my attention wasn't there, but I got a point I got into it. I said, no, this is going to help. And even this like mental health in astronomy or something, this can also fit perfectly. I think even if we have public outreach event and we introduce a topic like this, pre to that session, and after outreach, this is going to be fantastic. So I'm going to write back to you. Maybe I'm going to put a session if you don't mind. I'll arrange a virtual presentation for you in Ghana.
Yeah. Do you still have my contact information from the school visit?
Already, so.
Very well. anytime you want to talk, just reach out to me by email. Absolutely. I'm happy to do
That's
that.
fantastic, yeah.
Okay.
But this is happening a lot, and people don't know how to get out of it. And people, young guys, some get to alcohol and drugs and all this.
I personally manage.
So if you know how to, it happened to we young students where how to even manage your supervisors.
Yeah.
And I think this should be one of the topics that we should be taking care of. So if you talk to supervisors and maybe some of the comments or the talk, bring your energy down. What do you need to do? Or before you talk to them, this is fantastic.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. So I'm happy to talk more. So reach out anytime.
Good. Look like your social battery is not.
Yes.
No, I mean I like these kind of interactions. Technical stuff is a bit more difficult for me. So, but yeah, I just want to make sure that everyone who wanted a lapel pin got one. She wanted.
Questions and voices.
Okay. Sure. No problem. I do actually. Let me. That one I can